The what? I gotta log on and get you a different email. I log into my page, which is just
Oh, I was. Hello, sir.
Dave, just type it in.
Let me see.
Well, we got levels.
Shut up!
Calling.
Tony! This is the.
So I just like
Bubble bath song.
I just woke up.
This book is. I know.
Yeah.
Tony. Incredible. That's incredible. Like my God.
Backslash.
That's the breeze. Yeah, but you did a great job, Mark.
Or forward slash.
You know, you have your
Forward slash.
web.
Okay, keep going. Let me just.
We're gonna need it. Oh, do we have to fold these?
So, keep going.
Slash. Live.
I did.
Slash.
Yeah.
Capitals, all caps. C, I, O, lowercase c, lowercase f.
It's retirement.
Oh, wait a second.
Share.
Thank you for choosing us here, Albany.
So, okay.
Let's try it first. Make sure we pack it.
Good to see you. Okay.
So, let me copy this.
Thank you.
That's
That's one.
Oh, yeah.
Here they
come.
That's right.
Yes, you did.
And then I listened to your podcast. Yes, with my, that like popped up on my, you know, how it, your algorithm or whatever, it was co-op. No, it was really entertaining. I thought it was really good. Short to make, but I love having this day. Which means.
It's great.
Yes.
It's not a long window.
Now it's not. Right,
Yeah.
Which I think is.
We got this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, are you doing the thicker ones or the?
I just started folding.
Okay, these are there, so that's, feel this is card stock. So
How are you?
Are we doing card stock, the card stock? Yeah. Tony, you're like, you did this. I'm not sure. Hi. He's like, wow, that's nice.
I was never good at holding type.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Be a little more relaxed. One day at a time. I did all right, but it wasn't. Not what I normally do.
He's like,
You know what I mean?
all right, yeah. The card stock, you have to really like.
You know your materials, so you just, I should have been, you know, but it was fine.
So what I'm doing first is I'm folding our front page first and then.
How are you?
Nicole, I have a system.
Oh, yeah.
I got a good spot right here.
I don't know.
My car.
Enjoying the time. Good, good.
Hey, Marie.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
It's like all these faces from the past.
Oh, well.
It's unbelievable. Yes, enjoy.
We're here, so take a seat.
It should say.
No, you will.
Log me out all this.
Yeah, so I don't know how to come back December 1st.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
She goes, I think I know.
Usually.
In my system. I didn't know. It was.
I just wanted to get it done.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate you. That's your sent. Now you got the full thing.
Oh, yeah.
My wife just, it's on. Let me try, let me hit it.
Oh,
from
I
my
got
iPad.
it. Oh, did you read it?
They've got it.
Hard to, I didn't search.
But, I mean, listen, we've come this far, we can just. Some team folding.
I read it.
I've been folding the first page first because that's the hardest one to like line everything up. But I'm doing that. Is it working?
Right.
How are you?
Maybe that's all. Alright. Keeping yourself Are you taking teamwork? I'm doing my Snapchat. Are you using a fun filter? Fold. Do you want an action shot? Do you want action shot? It's of me, sorry.
Hey, how's it going?
Hit it one more time.
Where are we? That's so exciting, Tony. Okay, where? Well, I think they're using it. Great job, guys.
I'm so glad what they
Tony, I think we're due for that lunchtime.
What lunch? Don't stop that. No, you don't.
Yes, it does.
I had lunch.
Let's just go ahead and.
You
start.
have
Yeah.
Do you see that? Is it under Antonio?
I think I.
Say it about
Government.
Alright. Okay, these look amazing. Great job. Great job. I mean, they may just be so.
Yeah.
Taken away by the time. Right, you're gonna be like.
That's fine, I'll ping you if we have to, I'm not, we're good. It looks like we're good, Chris, yeah.
So nice. Alright. Oh, here's the receipt, Tony. No.
May I have that, please?
Oh, no, you mean, it says paid, but I don't see a number.
Come on, Nicole.
I can't read fast
Come
enough.
Where's your glasses?
Look at that, because I can't see.
Tony. You didn't cover your tracks.
Tony. How much was it, Tony?
$51.
All right, 51.
All right, ladies.
No.
Yep.
You want that?
Yeah.
It's 30.
Yeah.
I guess.
Are you?
I don't know if I have a choice now. We got this.
Did you guys
I think that's my nervous, ready.
You ready?
I think I'm projecting.
Teamwork.
I'm good.
How did you guys take 60?
Oh, this is.
Yeah, you ready?
Because there's a hard 30.
Right.
I've been ready.
I thought we just went 30. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, 40, sorry.
Daniel, how
How are you? Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He teaches mostly in the New York cohort.
Do we have a cannon?
It's like that last day of school.
Oh, sure.
Like a whoa, whoa, whoa.
you saw my note on which slide you were.
Oh,
I was gonna leave it the same. That's the way I
Yeah.
don't care. I just didn't know if it mattered to you.
So I'm like, what? I don't have a Wendy, Rita.
No, thank you.
I got a tiara.
You're gonna do this one, right?
Yeah, I think
Quality.
I think I put one on your table. Okay, maybe. I was just gonna ask you if I could have two, so.
Yeah, okay. So that works out.
That bar is hot.
I know.
This might be a, what you call that when they, exemplar.
I know.
It's supposed to be an exemplar.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge Congratulations.
So you were here for that? Did I expect that? Wheel
Magical. We felt it. Good morning, well, I guess it's good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. So excited to have you here today. I think everybody here knows who I am, but I'm Francesca Durand and I'm the department chair. And we're here today for a wonderful occasion. These upcoming presentations of team research represent 27 months of hard work. I'm so excited and proud to welcome these 14 candidates from Albany, Cohort 17. They have celebrated and supported one another through their struggles and successes, failures and accomplishments, and they've challenged themselves repeatedly, persevering through it all. Just a little bit of history. In 2007, the EDL program opened its doors to 18 candidates from Cohort 1, one of whom is here today. And since then, we've added cohorts in New York City and Long Island each fall. And these 14 candidates in front of you today will soon join the ranks of 368 previous graduates from New York State and beyond. So in December, we will have over 400 graduates of this program. Very briefly, let me introduce our faculty. Dr. Joe Dugroni, Dr. Judith White, Dr. Daniel Albany, who's our administrative chair for today, and Dr. David Casamento, and Dr. Marie Wiles, one of our adjuncts. At this point, I'd like to welcome Dr. Almu to the stage to be our program moderator.
Congratulations, 17. So it's a great day. What we are going to do today is that you are going to present your work and then there will be questions and answers. So when you are about to finish your time, give me a second, time around there, and then we are up. Once you finish that, the question and answer start. So open your air for anyone who has questions. So we have some 4 or 5 questions, and then so the first presenters are presenting the topic of exploration of superintendent and teacher education through the lens of social theory and the theory and invites team members to introduce themselves and the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This feels like quite the celebration that we've been waiting for, so welcome. Before we get started, we wanted to, as a group, take a moment to introduce our team members and to offer a very special thank you to our team chair, Dr. Joseph P. Dragoni, who guided us and laid the foundation for our team's success. Thank you to Dr. Dragoni. My name is Laura Tarlow, and these are my research colleagues, Janet Bisty and Brooke Olson-Farrell. Roger Ramjo could not be with us today, but is here in our hearts. We are excited to share our research with you today, exploring superintendent and teacher retention through the lens of Van Dora's social cognitive theory. Okay. The team purpose statement of our mixed method study is to explore the impact of personal factors, environmental influences, and behavioral actions on teacher and superintendent retention through the lens of social cognitive theory. Our study was guided by 4 research questions that ask, what are the personal factors of superintendents and teachers that influence their retention? What are the environmental influences that impact superintendent and teacher retention? What are the behavioral actions of superintendents and teachers that influence their retention? And last, what is the impact of the intersectionality of personal factors, environmental influences, and behavioral actions on teacher and superintendent retention? I would like to turn it over to my colleague Janet, who is going to speak to the research relevance of the study.
Yeah. Teacher and superintendent retention remains a critical issue in education, with leadership stability directly influencing student outcomes, school culture, and organizational effectiveness. Retention challenges are often shaped by this complex interplay of personal beliefs, environmental influences, and leadership behaviors. By analyzing these dimensions through the social cognitive theory lens, this study seeks to provide insights into the mechanisms that sustain educational leadership and promote long-term retention among teachers and superintendents. The findings will contribute to the collection of evidence-based strategies aimed at strengthening leadership practices, supporting current and future educational leaders, and fostering a stable and effective workforce in schools. To understand the lens through which we analyze this study, we'll take you through an overview of the elements of social cognitive theory and how they act as influences for educators and leaders. Social cognitive theory, developed by Albert Van Dora, provides an ideal lens for studying the factors that impact superintendent and teacher behavior, particularly regarding actions and decisions that lead to retention. Often utilized in social psychology, social cognitive theory examines how internal and external stimuli interact to shape behavior. The theory utilizes an interactionist perspective, wherein personal factors such as moral conduct, thought processes, and self-reactions interact with environmental influences to determine outcomes. As Van Dora explains it, if human behavior were regulated solely by external outcomes, people would behave like weather vanes, constantly shifting direction to conform to whatever momentary social influence happened to impinge upon them. In actuality, he says, people possess self-reflective and self-reactive capabilities that enable them to exercise some control over their thoughts, feelings, motivations, and actions. In the exercise of self-directedness, people adopt certain standards of behavior that serve as guides and motivators and regulate their actions inspiratorily through self-reactive influence. Human functioning is therefore regulated by an interplay of self-generated and external sources of influence. Dora's theory also emphasizes that motivated actions depend on the alignment between expected and observed or modeled behaviors. In other words, our moral and ethical beliefs are shaped by our environment, as well as the perceived differences or alignments between what we anticipate in our environment and what actually occurs. This review of literature will explore 3 key elements of Van Dora's theory as they relate to superintendent and teacher retention. Brooke will begin with an explanation of the influence of and impact of personal factors.
When we think about effective and resilient leadership, three psychological constructs stand out as essential drivers: self-efficacy, optimism, and intrinsic motivation. Self-efficacy is not just confidence, it's confidence grounded in competence and experience. Leaders with strong self-efficacy make decisions with clarity and act with resilience even in uncertainty. Closely tied to that is learned optimism, a mindset articulated by Martin Seligman. Leaders who maintain an optimistic explanatory style don't ignore adversity. They reframe it. They see setbacks as temporary and specific rather than permanent and pervasive. That perspective fuels hope, helps them recover faster from difficulty, and sustains energy needed to lead through change. Finally, intrinsic motivation, as described by Gussie and Ryan, is what some leaders keeps leaders engaged for the long haul. When we're guided by internal values and a sense of purpose, we pursue long-term goals with persistence and creativity, not because we have to, but because we want to. Together, these three, self-efficacy, optimism, and intrinsic motivation, form a powerful foundation for resilient, future-focused leadership. When we talk about cultivating belief to build leadership capacity, we're really talking about developing the confidence that drives effective action. Professional development isn't just about learning new strategies, it's about strengthening self-efficacy. As Tasheen Morin and McMaster found, when growth is relevant and supported, it boosts leadership and teachers' confidence to apply what they've learned. Belief systems shape how we respond to stress, make decisions, and adapt to change. As Bandura reminds us, these beliefs aren't abstract. They're engines of resilient, mission-driven leadership. When we invest in professional learning, that builds confidence and purpose. We're not just improving practice, we're empowering belief.
Social cognitive theory underscores the role of external factors such as policy mandates, organizational climate, resource availability, and how it shapes leadership behavior and retention. When leaders' goals align with institutional structures, engagement and retention improve. In contrast, misalignment fosters dissatisfaction in the workplace and attrition. Supportive environments reinforce leaders' self-efficacy and decision-making confidence, thereby improving retention. Professional development, mentoring, and resilience-building initiatives help to mitigate these challenges by fostering observational learning and adaptive strategies. Viewing leadership as a fundamental aspect of human functioning, the Bandura model identifies three critical categories of leadership variables: cognitions, behaviors, and environment. Bandura argues that theories that are solely attributing behavior to external influences provide an incomplete picture of what's really happening, emphasizing that individuals actively shape their own thoughts, their own emotions, and their own actions. It is believed that a dynamic interaction exists between internal and external factors, including observational learning from experienced leadership, which reinforces knowledge retention and skill development. So in summary, leadership effectiveness, retention, and organizational success are deeply rooted in the dynamic interplay of personal beliefs mixed with environmental influences and observable behaviors. Okay, our methodology. The methodology for our study was mixed method, comprised of one quantitative correlational study and three phenomenological qualitative studies. The data set included 201 New York State superintendents, 12 New York State early career teachers, and 11 Vermont superintendents. Details within the study include Likert scale questions and semi-structured interviews based on a total of 12 different research questions. I am going to turn it over to Brooke, who is going to speak to the individual research that's part of our mixed method study.
So as part of our team, each team member brought their individual research to the table to deepen understanding around our focus area. In the next few minutes, we'll highlight key insights from each of our individual research studies and how they shaped our collective direction. My study was exploring the role of Seligman's 3Ps model in supporting superintendent resiliency in the state of Vermont. The purpose of this qualitative phenomenological study is to explore in what way, if any, do the characteristics of Seligman's 3Ps model of resilience support the resilience of superintendents in the state of Vermont. This study frames resilience as a process and outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging experiences. I had 5 research questions. In what way, if any, does personalization contribute to superintendent resiliency? In what way, if any, does pervasiveness contribute to superintendent resiliency? In what way, if any, does permanence contribute to superintendent resiliency? In what way, if any, does Seligman's 3Ps model of resilience contribute to a superintendent's ability to successfully adapt to difficult and challenging experiences? And in what way, if any, does Seligman's 3Ps model of resilience impact superintendent longevity? This study explored the lived experiences of Vermont superintendents through the lens of Seligman's 3Ps of resilience, personalization, pervasiveness, and permanence. Using purposeful sampling, 11 out of 52 superintendents participated in a 30 to 45-minute semi-structured interview conducted through Google Meet. Transcripts were analyzed inductively in vivo 15 to identify themes of resilient leadership. Credibility was ensured through member checking, consistent protocols, and reflexivity, allowing authentic superintendent voices to shape these findings. For research question 1, there were 3 themes. Theme 1 was personalization, in which 11 out of 11 superintendents indicated they balance internalization of setbacks with external factors beyond their control. Theme 2, self-awareness. 10 out of 11 superintendents reported a high level of self-awareness, demonstrating a clear understanding of their strengths, abilities, and a strong sense of self-worth. In Theme 3, managing emotional response to setbacks, 9 out of 11 superintendents reported employing strategies to regulate their emotional responses to setbacks. And another finding was, in addition to reframing challenges, 9 out of 11 superintendents emphasized the importance of modeling the way through composure, clarity in communication, and stability during difficult situations. Findings for research question 2. There were 2 themes, pervasiveness and boundary management. Under the first theme, pervasiveness, 11 out of 11 superintendents gave examples of their ability to compartmentalize in their roles when challenges or setbacks occurred. Additionally, all 11 superintendents discussed the concept of spillover in relation to their professional responsibilities. And in theme 2, boundary management, 9 out of 11 superintendents discussed the challenges of managing that work-life balance and emphasizing that that is a learned skill that develops over time. Research question 3 had 2 themes, permanence and adaptability over time. All 11 superintendents provided specific examples illustrating their ability to maintain a forward, hope-oriented perspective in their roles. And then adaptability over time, 6 out of 11 superintendents indicated that they had a temporary or temporal optimistic outlook in their roles. Findings for research question 4, there were 3 themes: learning from failure, in which all 11 superintendents reported that their experiences with failure provided valuable insights. They were able to learn and grow in their leadership over time. Theme 2, the optimistic outlook, where all superintendents express an optimistic perspective. And theme 3, relationships. Again, all 11 superintendents emphasize the critical role of relationships in their success. And finally, research question 5, career satisfaction, was the theme that emerged here. 10 of 11 superintendents expressed their intention to continue in their current roles or retire, citing
the overall benefits and rewards of the position. Okay. My study explored the relationship between work-related stress and the leadership actions of superintendents in New York State. The study used Seeger's effort, reward, and balance questionnaire to measure superintendent workplace stress, and the effective superintendent leadership on student achievement framework by Marzano and Waters to measure superintendent leadership actions. There were a total of 3 research questions in the study. Question 1, what is the status of work-related stress of superintendents in New York State? Question 2, what if any leadership actions are being taken by superintendents in New York State as related to Marzano's 6 district level leadership responsibilities, which are stated here? And is there a relationship between the work-related stress of superintendents in New York State and their leadership actions related to Marzano's 6 district level leadership responsibilities? For the methodology of this study, a survey was distributed to 690 New York State public school superintendents, excluding New York City and charter schools, yielding a 29% response rate with 201 completed responses. The survey instrument included demographic items, a short version of Seeger's effort, reward, and balance ERI scale, and 18 researcher-developed questions informed by Marzano and Waters' 2009 meta-analysis study. Data was collected via SurveyMonkey and analyzed using SPSS software through both descriptive and relational analysis methods. Findings for research question 1. In summary, respondents reported a marked increase in job demands in recent years, reflecting with the highest overall mean of 3.37 and mode of 4.00. And despite this, perceptions of adequate compensation were low, and many indicated signs of overcommitment, essentially meaning that they are thinking about work, that the effort and the reward has an imbalance. So the overall effort, reward, and balance, known as the ERI ratio, which was 1.17, further underscored a perceived mismatch between the effort going in and the reward coming out. For research question 2, respondents reported regularly engaging in the 18 leadership actions that were surveyed, most frequently committing to continuous improvement, promoting equitable learning opportunities, and aligning district goals with the board president. All were rated with a median and mode of 5.00. However, actions related to board member professional development received the lowest ratings, indicating a potential area for growth in superintendent and board collaboration. Additionally, higher enrollment districts with enrollment of 2,500 to 5,000 students rated their capacity to provide extensive staff development more favorably than smaller districts did. Statistically significant differences also emerged by age and resource capacity, with the 65 plus age group reporting more frequent engagement in board goal alignment, even though a small sample size of 12 with a moderate effect size. Continuing on, statistically significant differences emerged between the 55 to 64 and 45 to 54 age groups, with the older cohort reporting more frequent engagement in instructional leadership actions, including staff development and curriculum delivery. Additionally, superintendents from high-need urban suburban districts more often adopted instructional methodologies that support efficient curriculum delivery, with both findings reflecting a small to medium effect size. The last 3 findings were for research question 3. Spearman's rank order correlation revealed statistically significant weak to very weak negative associations between effort, reward, and balance, and 3 leadership actions. They were implementing instructional evaluation programs, aligning with the board president on training effectiveness, and providing board member professional development. These findings suggest that higher perceived imbalance between effort and reward may be linked to reduced engagement in these strategic leadership practices. Next, my Janet colleague will speak to our partner Roger's research.
Yeah. Even though Roger wasn't able to come with us today, we wanted to provide a brief summary of what his individual research was, as it did impact our collective findings and conclusions and recommendations. So Roger's study focused on factors that influence superintendent retention in urban school districts. The purpose of his qualitative phenomenological study is to explore how self-determination theory and push-pull theory inform the retention of superintendents in urban school districts across New York State. There were 5 research questions that guided his study. First, how do the intrinsic psychological needs of competence, relatedness, and autonomy as defined by self-determination theory affect the retention of superintendents in urban school districts? Second, what are the primary push factors that drive superintendents to consider leaving their roles in urban school districts? Third, what are the primary pull factors that attract students to new roles or opportunities outside of urban school districts? And fourth, what do the interactions between intrinsic psychological needs as per self-determination theory and external push-pull factors influence the overall retention of superintendents in urban school districts? And finally, fifth, how can urban school districts design support systems and retention strategies that address both the intrinsic psychological needs and external factors impacting superintendents? This qualitative phenomenological study used a semi-structured interview protocol of 13 New York superintendents working in urban districts for at least 2 years. The interviews were conducted online and transcribed with Otter AI. Transcripts were then coded for themes using in vivo version 15 and analyzed for findings and conclusions. Several protocols were put in place to ensure validity and credibility and to minimize bias, including member checking, maintaining an audit trail, and conducting personal reflective journaling throughout the research process. Brooke will now review the research findings.
For research question 1, in examining superintendent retention through the lens of self-determination theory, we see that the intrinsic needs of competence, relatedness, and autonomy play a pivotal role. 12 of 13 superintendents shared that their confidence in handling the demands of the position stemmed from a deep sense of professional competence shaped by prior experience. All 13 noted that strong relational trust with boards, staff, and communities combined with the autonomy to make strategic decisions free from excessive interference was essential to their job satisfaction and ultimately influenced their decision to stay. When superintendents were asked what factors most often push them to consider leaving their roles in urban districts, 3 themes emerged clearly. 10 of the 13 superintendents cited ongoing political interference, community division, and stakeholder overreach as major stressors eroding job satisfaction. The same number pointed to chronic funding shortfalls, resource inequities, and key frustrations, while 11 described unrelenting stress, burnout, and the sheer magnitude of the role demands as significant contributors. When asked what draws them toward new opportunities, most superintendents pointed to 3 major pull factors. 11 out of 13 cited the chance for enhanced professional growth and career advancement as especially appealing. Many also mentioned that competitive salary and benefits, along with the promise of improved work-life balance, were compelling reasons to consider leaving their current urban district roles. 11 out of 13 superintendents shared that autonomy in their leadership helped them navigate external challenges without seeking new opportunities. Similarly, strong relational connections and a deep sense of professional competence enable them to manage political tensions with limited resources, ultimately anchoring their commitment to their current districts. And finally, for research question 5, 12 of 13 superintendents emphasized the importance of cultivating respectful, collaborative leadership environments that foster belonging and trust. Others underscored the need for targeted professional development, consistent governance, and clear board superintendent boundaries to enhance competence, preserve autonomy, and mitigate external stressors that often drive turnover.
Thank you. All right, so my colleagues have shared their personal research findings, which focus on superintendent retention. This research is incredibly important for district stability and long-term student outcomes. As we all know, superintendents are typically in their mid to end of career journey when hired. However, without strong retention strategies at the onset of a teacher's career, we may not have candidates with the necessary experience to become superintendents. This research examines teachers at the very start of their career, studying how established programs prepare them for career longevity and leadership, in the hope that eventually they will be the leaders and superintendents that we need. The purpose of this qualitative phenomenological study is to explore in what ways, if any, mentoring programs develop the ability of early career teachers to become agents of change in public secondary schools in the Hudson Valley region of New York State. There were 4 research questions that guided this study. First, do teacher mentor programs support early career teachers' development of Michael Pollan's components of effective educational leadership, including moral purpose, understanding change, relationship building and knowledge building, and deep learning, and coherent thinking? Second, do teacher mentor programs help to develop the personal characteristics of effective leadership, enthusiasm, hope, and energy? Third, do early career teachers aspire to be agents of change? And fourth, do the skills early career teachers develop through their teacher mentor program assist them in becoming agents of change? I utilized a qualitative phenomenological approach to gain a deep understanding of participants' experiences during their mentor program as related to leadership and change agency. The sample for this study consisted of 12 early career teachers who had completed at least 1 year of their mentor program and not more than 4 years of teaching. Non-probability purposeful sampling was used to ensure participants met the qualifications of the study, starting with sampling of convenience, followed by snowball sampling, wherein participants made recommendations for their own networks. The researcher created semi-structured interview protocols consisted of 13 questions aligned with the research questions, and a document review of public-facing mentor program documents was conducted to triangulate the intended purpose of the mentor programs as defined by the districts, the mentee's experience in the program, and the program alignment with the components of leadership as defined by the framework. Research question 1 asks about the extent to which mentor programs developed the components of leadership. Overall, participants discussed the impact of their instruction on students' academic and social-emotional well-being as a moral guide to their actions in the classroom, and that deep learning occurred through the relationships and school community connections during their mentor program. Research question 2 was designed to determine how, if at all, mentor programs impacted participants' enthusiasm, hope, and energy towards teaching. Overall, the participants' enthusiasm, hope, and energy were impacted by their relationships with their mentor, the building culture, and when provided with opportunities to engage in knowledge sharing. These environmental factors had both positive and negative impacts on participants' enthusiasm, hope, and energy. Research question 3 sought to understand early career teachers' motivations for entering the profession, namely, do they want to be agents of change? These findings indicated that participants were inspired and shaped by personal experiences and internal motivations, which were overall driven to teach by a sense of moral purpose and joy in helping others. And finally, research question 4 was designed to tie it all together. Do mentor programs prepare early career teachers to be agents of change? This study indicated that the environment in which teachers work had an impact on their ability and desire to engage in change agency, and that self-efficacy is a catalyst to change agency, and that change agents need to have confidence, knowledge, and belief in oneself, which stems from the belief in the need for the change itself. These findings demonstrate a strong interplay among environmental influences, personal factors, and behavioral actions that impact early career teachers gaining the skills necessary to become agents of change. By analyzing these findings through the lens of social cognitive theory, the study yielded 10 group findings. We'll begin with our findings based on research question 1.
So when we look at what keeps both superintendents and teachers in their roles, personal factors emerge as some of the most powerful influences, particularly relationships, experiences, and hope. First, relationships and trust. Every one of the 36 participants, 100%, reported that cultivating personal relationships directly impacts how they feel about staying in their role. Strong relationships build trust and a sense of belonging, which are essential for resilience in these high-pressure leadership environments. This aligns with the broader survey data showing that leaders often or always collaborate with their board president on shared district goals, reinforcing that mutual trust and clarity of purpose that helps sustain commitment over time. Second, experiences build confidence and autonomy. 31 participants shared that their desire to remain in their role is shaped by their own professional experiences. Positive experiences like successful initiatives, supportive mentorship, and navigating challenges successfully build self-efficacy and reinforce confidence in one's own ability to lead. In essence, every experience becomes a building block for autonomy and professional belief. Finally, hope as a driving force. 30 participants identified hope for the future as a critical influence on retention. Hope provides direction, it fuels optimism and perseverance even when conditions are difficult. Leaders and teachers alike stay because they believe their efforts will lead to better outcomes for students, staff, and communities.
Laura. Okay, great. So while research question 1 looked at what can we control, what's in our control, our personal factors, this is the out of control question, right? What is out of our control that we have to deal with when we're looking at retention? So respondents in this study often reported that access to resources in their organization, stakeholder relationships, and these were influences for both superintendent and teacher retention in their organization. Research question 3, however, kind of merging and looking at behavioral actions of superintendents that influence. So again, what are they doing based on these factors outside of their control? So among surveyed superintendents, retention was found to be strongly influenced by intrinsic factors. 83% cited a sense of autonomy as central to their decision to stay in that organization, while 86% emphasized the importance of aligning professional actions with their personal values, and that match being very important. Additionally, nearly all respondents, 96%, reported using self-care strategies to manage stress, underscoring the role of personal well-being in sustaining longevity in their leadership roles. A broader sample affirmed that value coherent goals, enhance engagement, and achievement quality. Next, Janet will speak to our findings for research question 4.
Impacts are stronger when personal factors, environmental influences, and behavioral actions are in alignment. When attempting to reduce attrition among superintendents and teachers, this study found that cultivating a healthy environment and engaging in professional learning were strong strategies to utilize. 23 of 24 superintendents in this study felt that cultivating a healthy environment supports their willingness to remain in the profession. Similarly, the negative relationship between aspects of working with the school board and the effort-reward imbalance underscores the importance of work environment. Superintendents reported that separating work from home was a challenge, from thinking about work as soon as they woke up to recognizing the need to better balance work and life responsibilities. On the other hand, superintendents suggested that districts that work to enhance and honor a supportive and collaborative environment will more successfully retain their staff and their superintendents. Early career teachers also felt that they were energized by positive school cultures that provided them with a sense of belonging. The second finding is that all superintendents and 7 out of 12 teachers felt that continual growth plays an important part in overall confidence and well-being, leading to higher retention. Not only was providing professional development a priority among superintendents for their staff, but it also came across as a means to support superintendents' professional capacity and well-being. Early career teachers reported feeling engaged in professional learning opportunities, particularly when they had a chance to explain their experiences and build connections with others. The analysis of these findings led to 4 conclusions and several recommendations for policy, practice, and future research. I'm going to turn it back over to Laura, who's going to identify and explain the 3 conclusions.
The 4 conclusions that were drawn from our mixed method research are as follows. Conclusion number 1, personal, behavioral, and environmental factors impact teacher and leader decision-making regarding retention. Number 2, effective sustained leadership is cultivated in a collaborative and respectful environment that aligns individual and organizational values and actions. 3, environments that support superintendent mental health and well-being help in creating conditions that support both teacher and leader retention. And 4, when the needs of individuals in an organization are acknowledged and supported, those individuals are more dedicated to meet the mission, vision, and goals of the organization itself, demonstrating the reciprocal relationship between people and systems. Based on these conclusions, Brooke is going to next share some recommendations for policy.
The first recommendation is that boards of education will conduct annual assessments of district and building culture to identify strengths and needs throughout the system. A strong, positive culture improves morale, engagement, and ultimately retention. And this data helps us act strategically to support staff well-being. Second, we would support a state policy in all of the states requiring mentorship for superintendents and collaboration among peers, whether that be some form of executive coaching. Mentorship builds confidence, reduces isolation, and strengthens leadership resilience. Finally, to have the board invest in the long-term professional growth of both the superintendent and teachers. When we invest in continuous learning, we build capacity, improve instruction, and reinforce our commitment to excellence. Together, these policies foster strong leadership, positive culture, and a thriving environment for both our staff and our students. Over to Tina.
We have several recommendations for practice. The first recommendation is that districts should intentionally develop collaborative leadership cultures through structured opportunities for joint, reflective, and decision-making. Regular leadership retreats, cross-role professional learning communities, and shared governance structures encourage alignment across levels of organization. These collaborative practices reduce hierarchical barriers, strengthening relational trust, and allowing for diverse perspectives to inform district strategy. A second recommendation for practice is that comprehensive support systems should be implemented to address both personal and professional needs. Flexible scheduling, retention programs, employee assistance services, and family-friendly policies communicate to the organization that they value the whole person and not merely the job role. These supports enhance morale, reduce burnout, and build a culture of compassion that attracts and retains high-quality staff. Additionally, leadership succession pipelines are essential for building organizational continuity. Distributing leadership responsibilities across teams and offering aspiring leaders structured pathways such as mentorship, leadership cohorts, or grow your own programs ensure stability during leadership transitions. Succession planning mitigates the risk of leadership gaps and reinforces the district's capacity to sustain improvement initiatives over a period of time. And then finally, accountability structures should integrate reflective practice for the alignment of well-being with organizational purpose. Annual professional reflection processes can include wellness indicators alongside traditional performance measures. Embedding well-being goals with strategic plans normalizes self-care as an essential component of leadership effectiveness and models balanced professional identity for all staff. We also have 3 recommendations for further research. These are all mixed method studies to further investigate the relationship among organizational culture, leadership, and retention. One approach would be to examine the effect of organizational culture on district leadership and teacher retention, exploring how specific cultural attributes such as trust, communication, shared governance, and recognition correlate with retention rates and job satisfaction across diverse districts. Another approach would be to investigate strategies for aligning individual and organizational needs across demographically and geographically diverse systems. Understanding how contextual factors such as role isolation, community demographics, and physical capacity mediate this alignment will enable differentiated retention strategies that respect local realities. And finally, a third longitudinal study should analyze the long-term outcomes of collaborative leadership practices on organizational stability and staff retention, clarifying how shared decision-making, distributed leadership, and professional learning communities contribute to sustained improvement. Overall, this research concludes that when we invest in people, nurture community, and design systems that sustain both, we are building environments that support and honor the individuals as well as the work they contribute to the whole. These practices will go a long way in improving retention among teachers and superintendents. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will be answering all of our questions.
So,
Yeah.
very good presentation, very good use of time, particularly, that's very important for a moderator. So, excellent. So, questions? Question?
I'm interested in the intrinsic factors that you talked about and how we can build that in something that we automatically think leaders have, but in my experience, we can grow. What did you learn from your study that we can help leaders grow in those kinds of things, particularly like how do we teach people to hope? How do we teach people to take care of themselves?
Sure. I would just offer that I think in our research outcomes and just in our experience, in our dialogue in class and the work we've done, a lot of it comes from talking about it. A lot of it comes from making it okay to talk about mental health, to talk about what is hope, to take moments of pause and to professionally develop instead of that looked at as, oh, they're out of the office today. It comes from the relevance in the culture of talking about how do we sustain and grow people. We know turnover and retention are the most expensive parts of organizational management. So if you make that important, if you talk about it, if you have programs in institutions like this preparing future leaders to bring that information to their organizations to talk about, to model, to share, then I think organically you will see environments that support that sort of dialogue and discussion within them.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the power of mentorship and executive coaching, especially for superintendents, that is a vital piece of the puzzle. Because often, especially superintendents, the job is very lonely. They have no one else to talk to in their organization. And so really investing in those supports, I think, is critical to longevity.
I think that as well for early career teachers, when they see teachers lasting a long time, they see them in the buildings for a long time, when they recognize that those people are still active and engaged in the work because of the environment around them, that builds the hope that they can do the same.
Yes. Actually, Francesca took my question about hope. But to build on that, it's how do you recruit people? Recruitment is not what you studied, but the idea of recruitment is built, and the word culture were two things that kind of connect, because I don't know if you read Multipliers, but the concept, Wise's concept of if you create a culture where it's okay for you to leave because there are lots of other people who want to work in that organization, and retention is not a problem, because if you're cultivating people who can move forward if that's what they choose to do. You talked about teachers, but also one of your conclusions is about superintendents creating conditions that support teacher and leader retention. But talk about the idea of recruitment as it connects to your work and the idea of creating those conditions that allow people to leave to aspire to other things.
I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think that one of our recommendations is so important to that concept in that we're asking for districts to really make it public that they have self-care involved, that they have pathways to leadership in their strategic planning and in their goals, so that they can recruit people who want to stay in those positions, so that when they leave, maybe they're leaving the classroom, but they're moving into a leadership position, or there's other opportunities for them. And that if one person leaves, we still have others in that cohort who can step up into that position. So while we honor when we rise, we lift others with us, there are plenty of folk, if we're building these capacity building structures within the organization, that there are many people who can step up into that role as well. I think that would help with recruitment as well, knowing that an early career teacher who comes in sees that there is a possibility for growth and career advancement, even within that same district, would be really helpful to keeping them there, especially with your 6 relatedness.
So I have a question. So when you talk about retention and turnover, one of the things that the literature says is that there was a blessing and a curse when people live. Okay? So it's not necessarily always bad. In your study, did you frame when you say turnover or retention, how long they should stay? Usually, if it's a revolving door, it is a problem. But people go for one or another reason. Maybe they stayed for 5 years and they want to grow professionally. They were a principal, they want to be superintendent or superintendent from one small school district to something like that. So they could go for one or another reason. So for your study, what is appropriate? Is it year of staying that? Did you delimit that? Okay, if they live from before 3 years, it's a problem. Or if it's a revolving door, it's a problem. Did you have that framework as you?
Yeah, we did not exclusively define that.
I only did in my early career teachers, because we know that within the first 5 years, the rate of teachers leaving those first 5 years is continually growing, I feel like. But that was the only kind of definition of how long someone should stay.
So
I'll
That will be the last one.
Oh.
Thank you, Daniel. So I'm really interested in this work in terms of geographic area, and I don't know how much variety there was in your suburban, urban, rural areas in terms of this work. Was there, because I saw the compensation, and that was a 2-point something in your study particularly, right? And so I'm wondering about the compensation piece as one component of it, but also the geographic region. Like a lot of times superintendents stay in the geographic regions because they're family, right? Like you don't leave that geographic region. I'm interested in knowing what you found in terms of this concept of self-efficacy, in terms of retention, by geographic area.
So, my study was on the whole state of Vermont, so that's pretty rural. One of the most rural states in the country. That state has been seeing a lot of turnover, and that's primarily not really because of the rural context, but because of the governance structure in that state, where superintendents have sometimes 50 school board members or 10 school boards, and just how unmanageable it is. So in the state of Vermont, the superintendent turnover rate, depending on what research you look at, it's close to 59% that leave the position in 5 years or less. So
leave the position for another superintendency or just leave the profession?
A lot of times it's leave the profession or they move out of state because of how unmanageable the role is. If you're going to board meetings every single night of the week, it's really governance.
Roger's study focused specifically on urban school districts in New York. I can't speak conclusively to, but urban.
Yeah.
It's all urban. We've been there for at least 2 years, which is, there is a high turnover rate of superintendents, particularly in urban districts.
And mine was throughout the state of New York. And what was your, did you have different, did you break it down by geographic area? Or you
No,
didn't ask
it was
the
just,
demographic?
no, it excluded New York City, it excluded charter, but it was the state.
But so you didn't ask them where their position was? Okay, gotcha.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask about a couple of things that kind of converged for me. Janice had brought up about culture, and I was thinking about well-being, and in a number of instances you referenced well-being for superintendents. Specifically, that's what I'm thinking about. And I was thinking about so how did you come across, or what information did you come across, or what feedback from participants did you come across in regards to creating a culture of well-being for superintendents, one that values a superintendent's well-being, emotional, physical, emotional, intellectual well-being, and the role that the Board of Education plays in that. Because it just seems to me that's a pretty complex dynamic, because when you talk about external factors that are difficult to control, you can have a 9-member board, 7-member board, 5-member board. They're all individual people, all getting on a board for different reasons, all see their role differently. What did you come across in regards to that?
I would just say, I think that speaks to the importance of training your board effectively so that it's clear what their role is and how they can support the leadership. I think in some of the literature review, the pieces that I have read, it would be very common to hear of CEOs in private sector to have perks like gym memberships and maybe access to a large professional development and travel budget. But that's not as commonly talked about when you're talking about the CEO of a school district, a superintendent. And I think, again, maybe shifting the culture and talking and dialoguing about this more, where if you're really talking about well-being, that the board understands their role in supporting the leader understands how they can support and train the board, and then that trickle-down effect of wellness as an organization. The whole concept of, the mom putting the oxygen mask on first when flying, and I think that speaks to the larger organization. But if the board doesn't understand what the role is, if you're not goal setting, and in my research that was what came out, if you're not goal setting with your board, if you're imbalanced in the effort you're putting in and the reward you're getting out, then in tandem with their research and looking at this as a whole, retention becomes a problem, which is expensive for an organization, which impacts learning outcomes and a variety of other things as well.
And to add to that, I think Simon Sinek says, leaders eat last. We really need to stop saying that. They really need to take care of their well-being first so that they can show up for others in the organization, because they model the way. And if they're not well, the rest of the organization is not going to be healthy.
Very well done. Thank you. I invite team to come here. We will not have breaks, so in the meantime, if you want to use the bathroom, feel free to go. So as they sit down.
thing, but, you know.
For you.
State of the art.
State of. I'm the same person. Same person. Trying to confuse. There's some more.
Oh, you got one.
All right, let's continue. The next team presents system leadership in supporting school communities. The team leader is Dr. James White. I now give the floor to the team to introduce themselves and to do the presentation.
Thank you very much. Welcome to our presentation, and it is our pleasure to present to you the work that our company did. Before we present, we'd like to thank our team leader, Dr. James White, for your support and mentorship throughout this process as we were preparing for this. The title of our presentation is System Leadership in Supporting School Communities. Our team members are me, myself, Emily Obuya, Antonias Rivera, and Shona Maynard. So why system leadership? So my presentation or my research was looking at school district curriculum leaders in supporting secondary school students in their future-ready workforce in high-demand STEM careers. Shona was looking at BOCES, directors of special ed, in support of the mental health and well-being of special ed teachers. Tony was looking at SUNY EOP and HEOP program directors in supporting former foster youth in their pursuit for higher education. And so as you can see, that system leadership in supporting school communities, that was really what we were looking at. This study was guided, as you can see, by the idea that education systems, most education systems right now, are facing what we call multifaceted and deeply interconnected challenges. So even though our studies were looking at different communities and different leaders, we found that all these challenges were deeply interconnected. These included persistent skill gaps in high-demand STEM careers, the declining health and mental well-being of special education teachers, and the difficulties that are faced by former foster youth in their transition to and persisting in college, through college. These issues are deeply embedded, as we found in our studies, in the structures, the culture, as well as the leadership practices within this educational institution. And therefore, we found that addressing them calls for systemic and sustainable approaches to both leadership and change.
So several researchers had talked about educational systems, in particular, Grissom and Anderson, Gurr et al., and Hayden, talked about them as high-performing environments. However, they had cited addressing challenges system leaders having to address, including retention, persistence, and well-being, particularly among marginalized populations historically. Fullen and Leafward had also reinforced the ability to retain educators, support persistence, and promote well-being is key to long-term success of these environments, particularly in educational institutions. So for our study, our combined study, the purpose of this qualitative study was to explore the beliefs, strategies, and actions of system leaders
in supporting persistence, retention, and well-being of special education teachers, former foster youth, and secondary students in STEM careers within the state of New York. For the purpose of this study, we had chosen to use a Senge's framework for strategic leadership. That includes deep learning cycle, as well as the strategic infrastructure needed to support systemic and sustainable approaches to leadership and change within the organization at both the individual level as well as the group organizational level.
And so in looking at Senge's strategic leadership framework and how we applied it for our study, we wanted to use this strategic leadership framework because it allowed us to not only think, but also provide it as a mechanism to act strategically to ensure that we have systemic and sustainable change. Senge's framework offers a 5 disciplines, as you can see on the screen, that relates to what an individual does in an organization in terms of personal mastery, their mental models, their shared vision, and their team learning, which all combine into system thinking. That looks at what an individual does in an organization. However, in order for us to be able to look at the learning organization, not only what the individual is doing, but also what the institution is providing in terms of support, we needed to bring in another one of Senge's ideas, which offers a strategic infrastructure. So the image that you see on your right looks at some of the practices that go on in an institution that lead to the skills and capabilities that people have within an institution, and how those affect the relationships that people have with each other. These relationships end up providing some awareness and sensibility. So people develop awarenesses based on who they relate. And then these awareness and sensibilities lead to some beliefs and assumptions. So you'll find that in organizations, people believe in whatever they want to believe. And if we don't have a mechanism for the institution to provide a strategic architecture to arrest that thought, so that the institution then comes in and provides a guiding idea. So what is our vision as an institution? Once we have that vision, we shouldn't stop there. The institution is supposed to provide what are some of the theories, methods, and tools. And we've been learning about all of that in most of our studies. Those help with the leadership practices. And finally, what are some of the innovations in infrastructure? What do we have in terms of policy? What do we have in terms of ways in which we want to facilitate this type of change? So if we combine both, then we have a way for both the individual and the institution coming together to think and act strategically to ensure that these leadership changes are both systemic and sustainable. And so this guided our research questions. Research questions look at persistence. Persistence is individual based, what that individual is doing in an organization. Retention is looking at what the institution is coming in with, and of course the well-being is overall. So this led to 4 research questions. First one is, what are the beliefs of systems leaders related to persistence, retention, and well-being? Second, what are the strategies of systems leaders related to these 3 factors? Third, what are the actions of systems leaders as it relates to persistence, retention, and well-being? And finally, what are the challenges that systems leaders face related to persistence, retention, and well-being? And so what we did is we combined Senge's framework and we sprinkled our study into that so that it can really help us be able to structure not only how we were analyzing our study, but also what information we were gaining from it in terms of later what we'll present as our recommendations. As you can see here, right in the middle there provides the Senge strategic leadership framework. The triangle then comes in and says, this is what as an institution is going to provide in terms of that strategic infrastructure. And then the surroundings is really what is going on in the institution, in the learning organization. And so our first research question is the beliefs. And then our second research question was marker strategies. Our third research question was looking at actions. And all together, when you look at this, we're also able to assess the challenges that are emanating from this particular system.
When it came to our literature review, our buckets fell into these 3 areas. We looked at retention in education, persistence in education, well-being in education, and as my colleague just mentioned, Our overall question and the frame was centered around the segregation strategy leadership.
So for the purpose of our study, we utilized the definition from Ingersoll on retention, referring to an institution's ability to keep teachers, administrators, or other staff, minimizing that turnover and ensuring continuity in leadership and instruction. So key statistics that we had pulled from our literature review included the annual turnover rate for special education teachers, currently at 17.7% according to Time Lewis in 2023. Only 51% of students in the foster care system graduated high school in the year 21-22, according to the Association of Foster Care Services. And finally, 48% of women who begin STEM majors persist to graduation compared to 65% of males.
When you look at persistence, Salcedo and Sant et al. Defines persistence as the length of time an individual stays within the system and remains at a specific state before moving on to another. Some of the key statistics that centered around persistence in education, 50% of teachers leave the field within the first 5 years, according to Cohort, Thomas, and Darwin. A recent study by Nathan Opie, this is as of just October, the stat is went from 8 to 12 foster youth and they transition out of the system, go on to receive a bachelor's degree. The old stat used to be 2 to 3%, but this is an increase, but there's still work to be done. 20% of STEM persistence dropped sharply in the secondary education, according to the National Science Board, for STEM students.
And then finally, our third bucket we had explored was well-being, and this was a through line for all three of our studies. We utilized the term well-being from the American Psychological Association for the purpose of this study, including the state of being comfortable, happy, or healthy, encompassing physical, mental, and social aspects of an individual's life. So it really refers to that holistic concept, looking at the whole person. It also involves those social factors that impact an individual's functioning. So some key statistics, again, from our literature reviews, 40% of teachers who teach special education classes meet the diagnostic criteria for anxiety, depression, or other mental health disorders. 21.5% of former foster youth experience PTSD at a rate higher than that of combat veterans. And 67% of high school seniors report having high levels of anxiety. So clear when we talk about well-being, the literature review really showed us in these marginalized populations the impact of well-being or lack thereof for these groups.
We came to our methodology as a group. We all shared the qualitative phenomenological study. Our sample consisted of 37 system leaders, 11 EOP, HEOP directors, 10 BOCES, SPED directors, and 16 STEM curriculum leaders. And the instrumentation used research created a interview protocol. When it came to our data collection, semi-structured interviews were conducted either Zoom or Google Meet. Audio recordings from those interviews were then transcribed in our AI. As we started to look at the data and analyze the data, things were used in connection with our framework, sending, and it was used in vivo to go to understand the themes. When it came to reliability and bias, it was consistent protocol. Each of the participants that we interviewed in all of our studies, the same questions were given in the same order they were written for reliability. Direct quotations from each of the participants, all of the directors. It was their words, not ours. And then rich description was also used, as well as expert panel.
So we're now going to talk about our own individual study. I'm going to start with mine. The title of mine was Bridging the Skills Gap, an ecosystem approach to developing a future-ready workforce in high-demand STEM careers. The purpose of this qualitative phenomenological study was to explore the perceptions of school district curriculum leaders in K-12 schools across the Capital District of New York State regarding the alignment of their STEM curriculum with semiconductor industry needs, the development of career exploration pathways, and the implementation of collaborative strategies between school districts, industry, and other stakeholders. 4 research questions guided my study. First, what skills and competencies do school district curriculum leaders perceive as essential for students to succeed in high-demand STEM careers? Second, what challenges do curriculum leaders face in aligning K-12 curriculum with the skills and competencies? Third, what career exploration pathways do school district curriculum leaders perceive as important to introduce at the middle and high school levels so that they can guide their students toward these high-demand STEM careers? And finally, what collaborative strategies between K-12 schools, industry, and other stakeholders could be implemented to effectively prepare students for these high-demand STEM careers? As I mentioned, this was a qualitative phenomenological study. Sample of 16 STEM curriculum leaders in K-12 school districts across the Capital region of New York State. The instrumentation was semi-structured interview protocol. Data was collected via Zoom and transcribed with Order AI. We used reflexive thematic analysis for our data analysis through in vivo. Validity and reliability was ensured by using a consistent interview protocol, which means all participants were asked the exact same questions. Member checking, so every interviewee was given their transcripts to verify for accuracy. We had an expert panel who reviewed the interview questions before we were able to use them. And then thick, rich description really guided how we analyze our data by ensuring that we use quotations from all our interviews. So now I'm going to present the findings for my study. First, research questions that looked at the skills and competencies. I'm really going to only present the findings that were relevant to this particular study. For the first one, 10 out of 16 participants inferred that foundational STEM competencies, so we have math proficiency, scientific literacy, engineering, and computer literacy, are what we call gateways to high-demand STEM careers. Second, 10 out of 16 participants inferred that cognitive soft skills, so problem solving, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication, are essential for STEM success. Third, 9 out of 16 participants reported that practical work-based skills, so these are different from cognitive skills they mentioned, self-motivation, time management, agency, and adaptability, are even more important than technical skills. So in other words, they can teach technical skills, but when they get students who don't have self-motivation, who are not adaptable and can't manage their time, that's not really preparing them for these high-demand STEM careers. Second research question, 3 findings were relevant to a group study. This second research question was looking at what challenges the curriculum leaders face in trying to align their K-12 curriculum with these skills and competencies. 11 out of 16 participants identified systemic and structural barriers. So they talked about standardized testing, graduation mandates, and misalignments across systems as barriers to curriculum alignment. 14 out of 16 identified human resource and human resource and capacity related barriers. So teacher shortages is a popular one. And even when we do have teachers having an even instructional preparedness. Last, all 16 participants reported using some type of ecosystem collaboration with industry, higher education, and other programs like BOSIS to really strengthen curriculum alignment. Third research question looked at what career exploration pathways are available to guide secondary school students through these pathways. First finding, 14 out of 16 participants identified the need for structured workforce-aligned career exploration pathways. So there was a lot of mention about PTEC programs, internships, work-based learning, so sort of these structured pathways that help students guide them through industry pathways. Second, 12 out of 16 participants identified systemic and human resource barriers. So these same barriers that we saw when we were talking about curriculum alignment are also showing up when they're talking about career exploration. So in as much as they want to do career exploration at this level, they still have to face regents. They still don't have staff that is available to really facilitate the logistical application of these barriers. And then time. There's not enough time within the curriculum to really facilitate career exploration if they're just focusing on having students do this regents test. Lastly, we're looking at what is being done. So we saw that 11 out of 16 participants reported using intentional redesign, so redesigning the whole curriculum, the whole plan, and adaptive leadership. So things like summer and freshman academies, middle to high school bridge programs, etc., to try and create space for meaningful career exploration. Fourth research questions looked at collaborative strategies. And so 13 out of 16 participants reported that their districts use structured pipeline programs as mechanisms for sustained industry higher education collaboration. 12 out of 16 participants reported that, again, systemic and human resource barriers. In as much as they want to collaborate and they're trying to collaborate, they were facing the same systemic and human resource barriers. They have to deal with graduation mandates. They have to deal with standardized testing. There is not enough staff to actually facilitate these types of strategies. And then lastly, 10 out of 16 participants reported that despite these challenges, the districts are trying to integrate industry partners into curriculum co-design and credentialing programs to effectively prepare students for high demand STEM.
So my study, my individual study, focused on the supporting the mental health and well-being of special education teachers within a BOCES setting. And so specifically, I looked at the actions taken by the BOCES directors that I had interviewed across the state of New York to see how that aligns with what the framework that I utilized was the U.S. Surgeon General's framework for workplace mental health and well-being in 2022. And I'll review some of those elements of the framework and how they align with the research questions. So the actions of BOCES directors taken within the setting to support the mental health and the well-being were broken down by the elements that are outlined in that U.S. Surgeon General's framework. And these elements included safety and security of teachers in these settings, social support and belonging for teachers, autonomy and flexibility of teachers in these settings, meaning and dignity of the work within their work, and then how do the BOCES directors support learning and accomplishment of teachers within this setting. So similar to Emily's research, I had completed a qualitative phenomenological study. I had surveyed 35 out of the 37 BOCES directors in the state of New York. I at the time was one of those directors, so I excluded myself from the survey, and then my third reader was another one. So I received 10 directors of special education to participate in my study, which included semi-structured open-ended interviews conducted via Zoom and was transcribed utilizing our AI. I then utilized in vivo to code and create themes based on the results of the interview questions. So validity, reliability, and bias were checked in a number of ways. Consistent interview protocols were implemented. Member checking, I utilized an expert panel for that. I utilized local directors of special education in public school districts, not in the BOCES setting. Thick, rich description and verbatim responses based on those interview responses, as well as my own self-reflection, given that I was in the role as a director, really making sure that I am not biased when I'm reviewing the results of the interviews themselves.
So research question one, as I had stated, protection from harm, and I really looked at a couple themes here. So theme one was physical safety. 10 out of 10 of the directors across the BOCES in New York State reported supporting physical safety of staff within that setting. And this included internal trainings and programs that directly address physical safety. Examples included mandated trainings through the health and safety offices, as well as other trainings like therapeutic crisis intervention and supports based on the population of students served. So all 10 participants that I had interviewed described these actions in supporting the physical safety of their staff. 9 out of 10 of the participants interviewed also discussed external support, so collaboration with law enforcement agencies as well as investments in upgrading infrastructure and hard assets of the campuses to address physical safety of staff. A second theme that had emerged was psychological safety. So 9 out of 10 participants identified specific actions that they have taken as directors that address the psychological safety for staff within the workplace. And again, restorative practices, trauma-informed care were some of the examples that were named when talking about psychological safety. Mental health first aid was another one. And 9 out of 10 participants also reported actions that were taken to support diversity, equity, inclusion, and access for staff within a BOCES setting. I do want to make a note for that in my study. I did find, however, these actions that supported DEIA were very limited to policy development, and many of the directors had talked about the gap in implementation and in practice in rolling that out through BOCES. So that was another thing. Research question 2 related to connection and community. How are we supporting the social support for teachers within these settings? And so the first theme that emerged was collaboration. Only 5 out of 10 participants identified specific actions or specific ways in which they supported a culture of collaboration for staff within the workplace. Theme 2, culture of inclusion and belonging. 6 out of 10 participants specifically cited actions that supported culture of inclusion and belonging for teachers within a BOCES setting. And then trusting relationships. 6 out of 10 specifically discussed actions that they have taken that support fostering, explicitly fostering trusting relationships with the teachers within their setting. Research question 3 focused on work-life harmony. So autonomy. 5 out of 10 participants discussed actions that they have taken, leadership actions to support autonomy for special education teachers. Boundaries between work and non-work time. 8 out of 10 discuss specific actions that they have taken for supporting creating those explicit boundaries for special education teachers between work and non-work time. And then flexibility, 7 out of 10 participants did not reference specific actions. One of the things noted in multiple interviews was that there was rigidity around contractual and bargaining agreements, which created some barriers and challenges to providing that embedded flexibility for special education teachers within those settings. When we talk about mattering at work, there were 3 themes that emerged. 8 out of 10 participants shared actions that they have taken to support connecting the individual work at the classroom level to the organizational mission within BOCES. Culture of gratitude, 7 out of 10 participants had reported actions they have taken to support a culture of gratitude, specifically through individual recognition of teachers. And workplace decision-making, 8 out of 10 participants talked about ways that they support the idea and the notion of special education teachers engaging in workplace decision-making. Some of these examples included committee work, working at the classroom level, curriculum work, were some of the examples that were shared between the directors. And then findings for research question 5 had 2 areas that had emerged: pathways for career advancement. So 6 out of 10 participants discussed how teachers within their BOCES setting have advanced into educational leadership roles within that setting or within a local BOCES or another public school district. And then quality training, education, and mentoring. 7 out of 10 participants, interestingly, talked about mentoring specifically as a component that was offered within their BOCES. And then 9 out of 10 participants also talked about varying professional development opportunities, both offered at the BOCES level and then externally at varying conferences based on the area of professional development.
So when we get into my study, I want to preface by saying that many of the studies that centered around foster youth focus on the program and program outcomes. I took a different approach. I wanted to look at the leadership of the directors that run these programs that are set to help foster youth. I started here in New York State looking at both the educational opportunity program along with private schools' educational opportunity programs. And my approach was through a phenomenological qualitative assessment. My research questions were centered around 4. My framework that I used was the UE Bronco Brothers ecological system. And the reason why I wanted to look at that specific ecological system, because I wanted to look at the foster youth college persistence not as resilience or grit, but look at the many factors that they intersect to get them across that stage. So my research question number 1 looks at how do the EOP directors look at the microsystem factors, right, such as family and faculty that can sort of influence the college persistence of foster youth. Second, looked at the mesosystems, and this is the interaction between family and the schools, the collaboration, along with the community service in which the institutions reside. My third research question looked at the exosystem. These are the policies that are ours, right? Whether it's at the institution or at the child welfare system that are hindering the barriers to getting these students from transition out of foster care once they arrive on the institution's campus, and what are the policies that are in place to support them. And finally, we get down to the macro system, and this is where the hand-in-hand with the directors come into play. This is their role in leading the program on the respective EOP and HOP campuses, along with their support staff, the EOP counselors, the tutors that support these foster youth once they arrive on our college campus. Like I mentioned, is a qualitative phenomenological study. My sample population is 11 of the 96 EOP and HOP directors across New York State. I chose to omit New York City because that's their own ecosystem down there. But here I focused on from the Hudson Valley up through all the way up to the North Country and the western part of the state. Data collection, 21 questions, 60-minute interviews were conducted via Zoom, transcribed using Otter AI, my Dallas analysis for the thematic themes used in Legal 15 to identify the patterns emerging with the lens of the UE Bronco Brothers ecological system. Reliability, and bias, consistent in the protocol, like I mentioned earlier. The questions were asked as they were written. I do want to say I am a product of both the foster youth alum as well as a former EOP director. So to maintain my bias, I made sure that I utilize my extra credit. Also, I use rich description to get the voices from the EOP and HOP directors. So I had a total of 20 findings. The findings I'm going to speak to today is specifically for our team approach. So research question number 1, we talked that one of the things that came up was E1, the microsystem. So what kind of academic support with the directors providing to the foster youth once they arrive on campus? 7 of the 11 directors indicated, believe it or not, that peer support as opposed to traditional academic advising, getting the students who are in the program to help each other out. FEMA 1.1.2, 811 directors emphasize that intrusive developmental model as an advising strategy. They're in the foster youth business. They want to know because they have a structure in meeting the graduation requirement. So they have a track record of getting students across. So they want to make sure that they are very proactive when they go to foster youth, even if the foster youth are a little hesitant in their sort of approach. Looking at another part, we looked at academic interventions. These are the strategic, structured academic interventions are critical. 9/11 said that when you have the structure in place, beginning right when they arrive. Many of the students who come through an EOP, HOP program come for either a 4 to 6 week summer program where they can get acclimated to the campus as well as acclimated to the staff on campus. 7/11 finding 1.3.2. 7/11 directors share that academic interventions are most effective when built on intentional relationships, a trusted relationship. Many of the foster youth that come or arrive on the campuses are very reluctant because they have trust issues, right? And they bring in that, which I talked a little about later, that deep trauma that they bring in to the college campuses. 7/11 directors indicated that access to mental health resources, food assistance, and safe communication spaces is crucial for students' retention and academic focus. Looking at the academic barriers. Some of, I just mentioned, the unresolved trauma that these students are coming to campus with. 7/11 directors indicated that gaps in year-round housing and support services during academic breaks is present for these foster youth. Unlike the traditional students that arrive on college campus, they could go home on a weekend, they could go home on breaks. But when they came to foster youth, that was very important. And sometimes if the college doesn't have the support systems, that can be the end for their college career. Because they get so wrapped up with not having a place to go that survival kicks in and academics become second. Takes the back seat. Looking at the interactions between family members and community support, 7/11 directors emphasize that family relationship, whether positive or strained. One director in particular stated that she had one of her students that received a phone call from one of her biological family members that she hadn't heard from in years. After that phone call, the student GPA dropped because they didn't know how to process that conversation. So their academics dropped. Research question 2, this is when we talk about the school-based support. So 7/11 directors indicated that wraparound school-based services such as counseling service, financial aid, academic centers, it takes a village, right? It's not just the EOP, HOP director's job. It's going to take the community and having the training from staff to be able to understand what the student is bringing to the table and what to say, not to trigger the student to not be open to wanting to receive services. Community support, this is the college, they don't have all of the resources, right? It's going to take the community. So some of the directors indicated that some of the resources that they use outside of campus was some of the mental health, some of the food pantries, some of the local shelters to help house some of the students during the breaks. This question that I asked the directors is what can be done? What else can we do to enhance support? 6/11 directors indicated that increased state funding for emergency aid to cover the expense when you need housing during breaks. 11 directors indicated that they did not receive any form of training. And one of the quotes from the consensus for all the directors said, we have cultural competency training, but we don't have foster youth training on specific to foster youth. When we look at the campus factors, this is the excellence, this is on the policies. So 6/11 directors emphasize that consistent trauma-informed support through academic advising, mental health services, and wraparound services are essential. And then we look at the community. 6/11 directors highlight that early sustained collaboration with community-based partners can support foster youth college persistence. And here's a policy: absence of formal policies. Right. So when there's no policies at play, the directors are relied on their instincts as directives as opposed to having some structured way of supporting those youth. And then we talked about the environment. 8 of the 11 directives acknowledge that trauma, stigma, and housing insecurities and mental health challenges continue to affect experience. One directive says how we view foster youth, right? It's if you don't know how to support them, right, you can say the wrong thing and trigger them. And then the last talks about the beliefs and attitudes and economic conditions, right? We have to refuse to label foster youth as not capable of reaching that bar back there. We have to provide support to be able to. So our team findings, when we look at RQ1, those are the beliefs and systems related to persistence, retention, and well-being. Finding 1.1, 24 to 27 believe that having that intrusive and developmental advising, social awareness and cognitive skills promotes persistence and holistic learning critical. 1.2 system leaders, 22 and 27 believe that having early structure, career exploration, along with coordinated trauma-informed wraparound services, can help the engagement of fostering the student retention. And then finally, 1.3, 6 to 11 believe that having a positive mindset and challenging the stereotypes are critical to shaping supportive environments and contributing to well-being.
When it comes to research question 2, this one looks at what are the strategies of systems leaders related to persistence, retention, and well-being. Our first finding, 15 out of 21 of our system leaders described strengthening organizational culture through equity-centered initiatives, staff recognition, and clear boundaries as the main strategies that promote persistence. When it comes to retention, 28 out of 37 of our systems leaders emphasize that curriculum alignment, sustainable ecosystem partnerships, and structured career pathways are essential strategies to promote retention and long-term continuity. When it comes to well-being, 15 out of 21 of our system leaders reported integrating trauma-informed supports, diversity and inclusion frameworks, and recognition practices and work-life balance structures to sustain the emotional and psychological well-being among stakeholders.
Research question 3 related to the actions taken by system leaders to support persistence, retention, and well-being. So the first finding for this area was 16 out of 37 of our participants reported actions that they have taken to specifically support persistence and retention through trauma-informed support, intrusive academic advising, as well as future-focused learning that fosters collaboration. And our second finding for this area was system leaders taking action. 16 out of 37 of them had taken action specifically to address trauma-informed practices and workplace safety that addresses both educator and student well-being within these settings. And then research question 4 relates to the challenges that system leaders had expressed through our research as it relates to supporting persistence, retention, and well-being. 20 out of 27 system leaders described structural and institutional barriers such as inadequate funding, lack of coherent policies, gaps in career exploration, and insufficient professional training, as Tony had referenced earlier on, for system leaders in supporting student persistence and retention within these areas. And then 6 out of 11 identified well-being as a foundational issue that must be prioritized over traditional academic supports for these vulnerable populations.
Some of our key conclusions, system leaders believe that persistent retention and well-being are strengthened when there's a collaboration, coordination of services, such as timely adult intervention, trauma-informed practices, along with nurturing both skill development and positive mindsets. The second one, system leaders employ coordinated strategies that strengthen persistence retention, specifically focuses on equity-focused partnerships, system alignment, inclusive of practices. And then going down to number 3, they integrate inclusive trauma-informed advising in the future focused learning practices become beneficial to support well-being and intentional. And then lastly, system leaders confront systematic and structural barriers, including financial constraints, policy gaps, and fragmented career pathways that hinder persistent retention and well-being. And then when we look at recommendations for policy, the first one we talked about that we want to amend the Association for Advanced Quality Education Regulations to expand standard number 4 of the expectations of the framework to include supporting future educational leaders in understanding and supporting implementation of DEI practices within the school setting. Recommendation number 2, our folks in K through 16 professional development. New York State Board of Regents should develop a policy that requires equity, trauma-informed, and bias awareness training for all education leaders across the K-12, as well as higher education professional staff, to increase retention, persistence, and well-being. And then lastly, recommendation number 3, institutionalized structure support. Local Board of Education and higher ed should create a policy and funding and fund system of wraparound services, mentorship networks, and recognition programs that sustain student engagement and retention.
So as a team, we had some practice recommendations. Tony had discussed some policy recommendations that we are looking at for our research. With these policy recommendations, the hope is to support an environment where there are practices that are occurring within that environment to support both educators and students. So recommendation number 1, we discussed pathways for students, and this is explicit pathways that tailor supports and services necessary to ensure retention and persistence for these vulnerable population of students, as well as marginalized populations within the STEM field. So we talk about not only academic supports for pathways when we address pathways for students, but also mental health, well-being, and wraparound supports. Recommendation number 2, fostering mentorship and recognition networks. Developing an ecosystem-driven mentorship program that connects educators, students, and external mentors as well, supported by recognition systems that celebrate persistence and success through these milestones. And then recommendation number 3 for practices, promoting work-life balance and wellness, supporting a culture of autonomy and structured boundary setting within educational organizations helps to support the organization as a whole, both for educators that we had discussed earlier, as well as students within that organization.
For our team recommendations for future research really goes back to our framework, in trying to look at how we can have system leaders having what we call a learning organization. How do we learn? And so what's measured is matter. And so for our future research, our first recommendation is to evaluate the mentorship program outcomes. This calls for conducting a qualitative study to really examine the effectiveness of this long-term impact of these mentorship programs on our key variables, which are persistence, retention, and well-being of students. Second recommendation is investigate institutional capacity. As an institution, what is our capacity to facilitate these changes? And so this calls for conducting a qualitative study to explore how leadership capacity, school culture, and relationship dynamics influence retention and well-being of professional staff across K-16 settings. And so in the end, we were able to map our findings back to a Senge strategic leadership framework, which really looks at our first research question and our conclusion, mapped really well on the guiding ideas, which provided us some specific examples from our study was the mention of equity, inclusion, trauma awareness, and growth mindset as really guiding ideas that guided systems leaders as they were talking through the issues that they were facing in their communities. Second one was for theories, methods, and tools. We were able to isolate some equity initiatives, some DEI practices, and some structured partnerships, which map really well to that strategic partnerships that this framework called for. Last was infrastructural innovations. So really looking at what are the systemic supports and policies that are able to sustain this change. And so this was evident in our policy recommendations, especially as we looked at the standards and the PD and the wraparound systems and mentorship networks that sustain this kind of changes. So in conclusion, Senge's model provided a coherent lens to help us understand how systems leaders operationalize transformation to support persistence, retention, and growth. Would you like to end it up? Thank you very much for listening. You can read that as
That's an excellent presentation. Very good. Lots of things to take away. Very, very well done. Yeah. So, question. Francisco.
On the face of it, your studies are very different from each other. So I want to commend you on being able to think about what is aligned across your studies and come up with this presentation. That was really well done. So my question is, if each of you could name one thing that you learned from one of the other studies that surprised you.
I think for me, I think what surprised me is how we were able to connect it. I think for my study personally, I was introduced to a new framework that I could have used as well. But for the bigger picture, I would say that understanding what the institution can do, along with the skills that of course can bring to the table, and where we can sort of meet them where they are. I think that Senge can help the institution, because if they don't get across the stage, we can figure out, okay, what happened during their 4 years. We'll figure out what do we need to change for the next group of students that's going on. So I think that model itself can then to each of them.
I think for me, is that through line of, even though our populations were very different, that through line of marginalized populations and really thinking about how institutions are supporting, and then the findings were very similar. There was a lot of overlap with what the challenges are, what the barriers are that organizations are facing, right? There are fiscal barriers, there's professional development barriers, and then just that explicit training, all tying back to how to support the whole, whether it's the whole learner, the whole educator, the whole person through that curriculum and providing those opportunities. So that to me was, I think, just reassuring to think about, even though like my study was focused on this specific population, it makes you think about system leader as whole, looking at the data and how are we targeting those underrepresented populations within our systems.
Yeah, for me,